Hello guys and welcome back to our Next.js admin crash course where you learn how to build a modern feature-rich admin panel using Next.js Material UI and Tailwind CSS. What you learn: build a responsive admin layout using Material UI's grid system and Tailwind utilities. Authentication and role-based access, protecting routes with middleware. Chat tables and widgets, display analytics with Material UI chat. Optimizing for performance, lazy loading, caching, and best practice. Who is this for? Developers who want to master Next.js for admin dashboard. Freelancers looking to build custom admin panels for clients. Startup and teams needed a scalable, high-performance back-end UI. By the end, you'll have a production-ready, customizable admin dashboard that you can integrate into any project. In our previous video, we created our application, created all of this one, post, blog, all of this, contact, and resume, all of this. So in this episode, so we are going to focus on building admin. We're going to focus on building admin dashboard. So for admin dashboard, this is actually the dashboard, the completed project we are going to build there. So this is an overview of admin. We also got messages inbox, so that in our previous video we saw that admin can actually, the visitors can send message through our application, and the admin can receive the message from inbox, and also access the message from the admin dashboard or panel. So this is how visitor can send messages here, and then admin will receive the message here. So you can also toggle the theme mode. So because you are using Material UI, so to make it easier. Right. So where now a user can admin can view message, pagination, paginate the message, or load more, all of this. Resume, list of resume, orders, users. So for users, here is an example of that. Okay, so where admin can have a certain privilege to update the user's role. For example, here, if this user is able to update the role, so if not, you get an error like this one. We also have this that where now we can integrate the integrate the dynamic page, all of this. So we are also going to see how we can create our middleware to protect some route, some API endpoints. So that means that only users with a certain privilege can access some data through our API. So that you can also integrate if you are using a mobile app making a request to our Next.js API. All right. So we are going to see much of this, include the design, responsive design, all of this one. So if you haven't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button and enable the notification. Don't forget to like the video. All right. My name is Shaban Msomba. Let's get started. All right. So to get started, if you don't have the startup project, you can download the project, the startup project here. But I recommend you to watch our previous video, so where we created all of this application, because all of this one we created in our previous video. All right. But if you just want to start building admin dashboard, don't worry. So we are going to handle that together. All right. So once you download the application, you will install some packages, some dependencies, all of that. All right. So I have a project ready. this is my startup project. So this is what we built the last in our previous video. So right now I can just go to admin. I can go to app, and dashboard is here. So this is what we will start building right now. So this is what we have. This is what we have currently. This one. So for the component, you can see that we have this one. We have the layout, app provider, and then the dashboard layout. We have the dashboard layout, which is this function, and then within here, within this function, so we just render. If you see that, we render the all right. So is few things here we need to correct. Few things we need to correct. First of all, we need to walk through our application. So sorry if I'm scrolling very fast. I'm scrolling very fast. So I can show you we've got a couple of things here we need to handle. Okay, let's take a look first. In our previous video, we created the application, completed all this application. But if you go to the dashboard, this will take us to this dashboard, which is actually missing. Everything is missing in here compared to the complete dashboard we have here. Right. So in this current dashboard, we need to add the dashboard, the welcome screen for the dashboard, the messages, and all the rest of the component. Okay, so to get started, we can go to our application. This is my application. This is the one we've been building in the previous video. All right, so in here, we can find where is the dashboard. Let's look for the dashboard. Here is the dashboard. If you go to the dashboard, you can see that everything is in here. So it's a couple of things we need to do. So before starting, I can tell you that the code, the entire project is available for our premium members, for our channel. So you can find the source code for this project, the entire project. Please go subscribe, join the membership, and then you'll get all the code. So you can also join our membership, which you can get support. So you can send me an email with your code, so I can also review all of that. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. All right. So what we want to do here is I can go to a few things we need to do in here first. First of all, we have an error here which complain that the sign in is missing. So if you want to see the sign in, what is the authentication? Authentication is here, but we also need to add the sign in. Sign in, we need to call the sign in. So sign in, we can import the sign in. We have it ready. So we have the sign in right here. So if I save that, now the error is gone. Okay, so we need to separate we need to create the component. We need to create the component. As usually, we have to create a separate components to handle the layout, different layout. First of all, let's scroll down. Yeah. So this is what if you see, this is what we render to the user. So app, just try. Okay, this is the one we are rendering to the end user. So we need to do a switch statement to check the current path, and so that you can return. Because if you see, this is the path, this is the path. If you go to our dashboard, you see that this is the one we are returning, this one. Okay, so if you go to orders, see that you return orders. So we need to handle all these components. So we can do a switch statement here. So we can do a switch statement to return all of the different components. All right. So we can let's go in. Right. So we need to add some menu. Need to add menu here. We only have orders, dashboard, and orders. So we need to add resume, messages, all of that. So to do that, we can go back to our application. Okay, from our application here, so this is the menu. This is the menu we return to the user, to the end user. If you can see that this is the one here, we are passing to app provider here. All right, so to add more menu, we need to do it here. So we can just copy this one, duplicate this one. So I can duplicate. Let's say we can have let's say messages, and this is the segment. The segment is actually messages, and then the title is also message, and the icon we can go to material UI, MUI is the one, but we need this is actually the dashboard, dashboard documentation, but we want to use let's see. So we are looking for icons. Do icons. Icons. And you can select this one. And down here, we need message. So message. So you can select any, doesn't matter. So the icon name is message. So sometimes if you just start typing it, message icon, it wasn't imported automatically, so we need to add let's see, icons. So I can import message icon, import message icon from material UI. So if you save that the icon will be there automatically. So if you save that, the icon will be there. We just have to give it time to compile. But we don't want to wait for that. You can skip this. You don't want to wait for that. So what we're going to do is we need to add more icons. So we have messages. We need also, which one next? We need have messages. We need for resume. So that could be job. Job. So this one. Right. So this is what we need to do here. This is what we need to do. So I can do this. Instead to go slowly, I can just do all these icons uh, and then just get back once the icon. So just follow the way, follow the way. Go to material UI, get the icon, and then fill this. For example, we have message, and this one will have a resume or resumes, and here is your resume. So you can go ahead and fill the icons, all right? Okay, let me do that. You can do that, and then I'll see you in a bit then. Okay, so in case you didn't complete it, so I just decide to show you how we can actually just press the one we have here. So we need icons. We need those all icons. So what I did here is I just add more menu. But I want to explain to you something is that we can create also another object, also another create also another element. So if you give it kind and then set, for example, header and header, and then you set the title. So this will be the title. So for example, this line you see here, the lines. So the line is represented by this one. So if you see, for example, here you give a kind and then you set the to divider, so you will have that line. So in this case, let's see. I want to change this to message icon, and then also we can import more of these ones. Can import sorry, import. Let's see if AI can import the rest automatically. Import work icon, and then also import group icons. My AI is a bit slow, so I supposed to get I supposed to import everything automatically, but it looks like it's taking time. Which one else we need to import? And import also what? All right, so I'm going to import the rest. So see once I've completed this. All right, so I imported all the icons. So now we want to talk about we want to talk about the sub page. Add sub menu. You can see, for example, we have a title menu, a title page, and then we have the sub page. So to do that, so we need to create a page. So we create the same as the one we had. The same segment. We create segment. We give the segment which is page, and then the title, which you give now the page. So the icon, we can find the icon for page from here. I don't know which one to use, but you can just find anything. Say page. Yeah. Kind of any of this one. Say for example this one. So I can take I can copy the icon and then change it here. Let's see. Let's see if we can import all of the icons with one line like this. Nope. So what we need to do, I just need to import it. I just need to import that. Need to import that here. Import home page. Import page icon like that. So now if we go back to here, let's see what's the all right. So now we have the page icon, and so the rest also the icons are there. So the following one is children. The following one is children. So if I remove all the children, I remove children here, you see that we go now to page, page, but we don't have anything. It's still reloading, still compiling. Let's try to see. So children, this is actually an array, a list of child, of children, where now we can show different elements in there. Just give time, this one is still loading. Still loading. All right, so now you can see that we don't have anything in here because the list is actually empty. So I can put these children. I can put now all of them. So we got about, and then also post and project. So if you save that, you go back here. Uh, just give it time to compile. So the children will be there. All right. So next, you can choose to show this one. This is the divider. If you want to now to show just a line, so we can show the divider like that one. Okay. Next, we've got children here. So next we have so if, for example, you try to click on messenger, so it's just showing you the path, but it's nothing happening. We're just showing the path, but nothing is actually happening. So we need to find a way now. We can now start showing all of this. You need to find a way so that you can start showing all of this one. So to handle that, you can go back to admin, to the dashboard template. So this is where now we need to work on the layout, the content rendering. Instead to render this one, so we need actually need to render the whole template, a whole template, instead to render the page. So we can the path. So we can just check the current path and then return. So we can create a function here, const to render, render is equal to a function. Const to render is equal to a function. So the function will just return, the function will return now the template, right? Let's go and do that first. So the function will return the template. So in here, we will just return this guy. Can do return render. What is it here? Return render. Okay, but instead to handle everything here, what we can do instead, what we can do is we can remove this function, because it looks like by the time you will complete all the switch, will complete the switch statement here, just the template, the file will be already full. So I can remove this function here, just copy, then go to somewhere, maybe a component here, create now a function. So in component, we can create a function, or we can create a folder to just store the dashboard component. So I can call dashboard components, or dashboard partials. So in here, now I can add this function. We call let's say demo page. You can call this template, this component, anything. You can call it, you can name it anything, doesn't matter. Demo content dot tsx for TypeScript. So in here now we can pass, I can now pass the function, the function here, so we can export it, can export to that, the page, Right, so now we need now to import this one box. Can import the box, material UI box, and then also import the typography. Uh, let's see this one here. Okay, so now the function now will take the path, the path which is a string. So if you go back now to here, uh, here now we need to import that function. So I need to import the demo content. So if you see where it is, where is it? Up here, we can change it a little bit. You can make a little bit change here. Okay, so now we save. This is actually, this is still going to work. So now we just, instead to handle everything from here, we are just going to copy to, we're just going to use now, reuse another function in here. So if you save it, if I save that, we just have to give it time to compile. But it's still going to work. And then also we need to copy the icons. We need the icons, so you can copy the icons in here, which we don't really need in here. So we don't need the icons in here. Some icons, actually icons, we need it in here, doesn't matter. We don't need icons in here. So here we'll only use, we'll use the components in here. We will just render the components. Right. We need to verify first if our template is working, our app is still working properly. All right, our app still working, it's still there. But a couple of things we need also to do before start creating the components. We need to make some change here. So from our application, we also have another function, which is tab tools. This is the one, tab tools. So we can also remove this one. We can choose to remove this one, add it to a different component. No, you can see that we got much of function here. So this is the sidebar footer. This is the one here, the bottom. It's supposed to show here, but since we are not showing it, that doesn't matter. All right, so first of all, we need to change the app name. Can go to change our app name, application name, which I believe is somewhere here. First of all, it's a window and layout, app name. Okay, so here, first of all, need to change your app name. So we can choose to show, this is the name, this is the name over here. So you can choose to show that one, or you can also remove this. I don't need this one. Instead, you can, this one is logo, but I want to use that one. It says better. So this one, instead, I can use, can pass app name here. So app name is SMS software. Like that, so app name. So we need to have it here. So this one will go, and I don't need this one. I don't need the other one. Get rid of this one, and this is now our logo. So remember, we have our app logo. So I can just add some comment here, app name. app name, and then have app logo, which is now going to be app logo. App logo. I want to see if you can import it automatically. Yes, it's there. So for app logo, you need to close, but you need to remember app logo, you need to pass the size. If I go to app logo, this is the app logo component. So we need the size. You need to pass the size. So size, let's pass, let's set maybe 10. Now to get rid of these errors, I need to go and get rid of these two. What else? That's it. I've saved that. So here now we have our app logo. So the logo is very small. The logo is very small, so you can increase it to maybe, let's see, let's set maybe to 20. Let's see, that's the logo. Okay. A couple of things we need to do again. Let's see. Form. Let's the logo is still a bit smaller, so you can add maybe 30. That's the logo. So if you go to small screen, as it in the small screen. So you can also choose to add in this, the app logo in the small screen, if you want to do that. But we can also work on different components. All right. So what else do you need to correct here first? Dark mode. Here is the dark mode. Okay. So what next? First of all, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and create the components. Different components. Different components. All right, so to do that, you can see that in this demo page, our demo page function, this is what we return. So instead of returning this, we can actually do a switch statement. Wrap this in a switch statement. So do a switch statement. So for this we can now check which path name, the current path name, and then you render the templates. We take the path name, and then we can check if it's dashboard, we return the dashboard, but we don't want to return like that. If it's dashboard, we can return, we can do case. If it's dashboard, we can return, just do return, nothing else, just return. And then let's say we don't have that component, so return dashboard home. We don't have it yet. We will create that one, dashboard home page. So we need to create this one. So you can also check, another case is if is let's say, for example, is messages. If it's messages, so we can also return messages component. Let's see if AI can um, autofill the rest. So this is what we need to return here, and then we can set the default. So in case we don't get any default, we can return home page, um, dashboard home. So I can do default, that will return the resume. So default return home page. I return that the same one. So you can see those errors because we don't have this component. So we need to create all of them. We need to create all of this one. Okay, first of all, I needed to fill all of the rest because you can see that the menu we have here is a bit longer. Our menu so is a bit long. So we have messages, resume, all of that. So we need first of all to fill all of this in here to do the switch statement. So to return all of the component. Okay, so here I have a list of what to return, which we don't have. Dashboard home, dashboard inbox, dashboard resume. So we return all of this one. So now I want now to talk about the sub page. So if you go to the page, these are pages. Now this is the children. So I want to talk about this one. So this one now we have now sub part. The part which is now for example the part is page. And then the sub page is sub part is now about project, about post, project, and service. So I mean the suffix is page, page, yeah? And then we just the rest we just return the component, the component which we don't have for now. We need now to go and create this component. So to create the component, you can copy this one, the component name. So need to go to, we can create this in the same folder, add this component in the same folder. So I can create the first one is dashboard home .tsx. So in here we can create to show the path which is app component slash dashboard partial, and then this one. So we can we don't need this for now. What I need to create is just the function dashboard component, and then this one will return just return dashboard. So we can export this one. So do export. You can export to default or just export the function, which is a dashboard. Need to close this one. Okay, so that's it for the dashboard. We also need the messages. You can call these messages or inbox, doesn't matter. So we go to here to we create another file which also called dashboard inbox.tsx, and here we need to do the same thing. So I can copy what is in here and close this one. Need to add this one here, and then we just change that to, actually just change to dashboard inbox. Close that. We also need to create dashboard resume .tsx. So what I can do is I can create all of this, and then we just see you after I complete it. All right, so all templates are created successfully. So I have all templates here. So what I just need to do is to import them. I need to import, and then sorry, this is a messenger. Messages, and also have a resume. So try to make sure that the name can match here, so that it doesn't confuse us. Right. So to import, I can try to do. We don't need this for now. We will need it, but let's just go and import. Import. Let's see. Dashboard. Let's see. First of all, home. We need to change that. Import it's like this, Okay. Also import what? Import home dashboard home, inbox, and orders, and dashboard post, import, what next? Dashboard project, the import dashboard resume, the import dashboard, what's remaining? Service, what else? Dashboard users. Also import dashboard users. So we can, if you want, you can change this to this one. You can change this one to use, let's use at app, and then slash component slash dashboard partials, dashboard partials, and then component. Let's see this one. Cannot find this users template. We don't have that one. User template. This is the one you need to import. Dashboard users. Make sure that you save it. Cannot find the users template. Okay, that's the one. So the name is actually users template. So you save that. That's it. That's correct. You just save this one, and can close this for now. Close this. So back to our application, to our dashboard main page, main layout. So we need now to see what you will render to the home page. Let's see. Okay, so once you save this, you're still going to see the same thing. So now we can see we have now different components. We have now orders, users, whatever. So if you go to subpages also, you can see that we still seeing the same thing. All right, so next we need now to start working on a different component. If you go to our original application here, so we can first of all work on the home page. Home page here, the actually dashboard home. or dashboard overview. Okay, let's go and work on it. All right, so for dashboard home or dashboard overview, we need to go back to our component. So this is the one we need to edit. So we can find it. Can actually go to dashboard, and this is the one. Okay, so for here, first of all, we can change this to box. We change this to box. Use material here. Can use material UI box. Okay. So for box, we can let's say this component to box. No, sorry, to section. Section. What else do we need in here? So we can add some style. Style. Let's set, for example, can set padding. Padding to 2, and then also border. Set border to 1 pixel dash 1 pixel, and then dash and gray. Set dash and gray. What next? But you need to wrap just in another carry process, like so. What next we need to set here? Okay, we need we also need to, we can wrap this in first of all, let's try to set typography, and this could be maybe H5, but we can wrap this in a paper material UI paper, like so. Okay, so if I save that, I'll go back. This is what we have. We'll just give it time to recompile. Let's do recompile. But we don't want to wait for that. We can keep going, since we have got much to work on here. But for paper, we need to do can do elevate to 3. This to give some shadow. You can do X or style. Can do style. We can also add style. Can add style to, let's set style to 2 or 4. Padding to 4, sorry, and then padding to 4, and the border radius to maybe just 2. What else do you need here? I think that's it for this one. This is what we have here. This is what we have, but we can work on a box. We can work on this first of all, this first component here. If you see this one, this guy here, the first guy, elevation, you can see here. So I think if you go to dark mode, you can see the elevation, the shadow. Okay, so we can work on this one, this guy first. So I just want to show you how you can use you can use whatever, how to call that. If you want to give the style here, you can give title to center if you want, or first align to center, or align to start. And then you can also sorry, I call that style margin bottom to 2, align to center. No, we don't need that to start, because by default is already starter. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to add that box here. So to handle that, we can go faster. So to handle that, I can do box. Box. No, I don't need this. I don't need comment. Box. And then for box, we need to start the box, because I want to use a grid there, so I can use display grid. Display grid. Grid. So you can use it this way, or you can just remove the curly braces, just do grid. It's still the same thing. Display grid, and then we want to do grid template, column. So we want to do I can use this one. I can use X small for small. Small can do F1 can do one FR and then one FR, because we just want to do for small screen. And then for medium, this one's supposed to, yeah, for medium 3, and for large screen or XL, we can use 3. Can still have 4, so that means we don't need this one. Move that one. The first one is, let's see, why is that giving error? Let's see. Grid. It's a grid template columns. Grid template columns. Grid template columns have F1, FR. For this one, I think we need to add this, add this style. Okay, so we have, let's see, we have grid. So grid, if for small screen we show 2, for medium we show 3, and for large or XL, big screen, we can show 4 columns. So after that, we can also do, sorry, this one we can actually do let's say total projects. Can show total projects. So for total project, I can use paper, and for paper we can use for paper here I can use style. Let's set padding. Can AI complete this very quick, so that we don't have padding, and then we have a text align, text align to center. What's next? We're supposed to wrap this into curly braces to center, and then BG color to let's say for example blue, and set blue dot 50. Okay, so for the title we can use use typography. 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 And title is going to be variable. Let's set variant to maybe h6, and then style style to my font weight. I say font weight to boolean. So to save time, I want to be typing the rest. So I'm just showing you how I can handle the first one. The rest we will just copy and paste it. The rest. So we're going to have a font bold, and then color. I can set color to also maybe color to blue, and set maybe to blue. So it depends on the color you want to set, doesn't matter. Color to blue 600, and then for the text just going to be total project. Okay, so this is for one. Since we need four of them, so I can copy this one, but we have, looks like we got an issue here. It doesn't matter, can copy this one, we will work on that. And copy this one, and then this one, let's say active client, and this one is for project. You can set how many you want to set. We also want to correct something there in project. Doesn't matter, we will correct it. Since we want 4, so I can put another one, and then also put another one like this. So that is 4. So we have this one, total, but we also need another typography here. Need another title. Let's say to add down now the number. Let's say for example 45 or 43. And then for client, active client, let's set for example active client to let's say 13K, and then this one we have active client orders. So you have to make sure that at least is clear. So this one is supposed to be active clients, and then this is total orders. Let's say for example 500 total orders. And maybe revenue. So I can set for example, let's set for example 50K, dollar 50K. Yeah, that's it. I think we got an error here. We will check on that error. So if you save that, we will see an error. I don't know. This one is supposed to be, I don't know, is it a lot or I don't know. Supposed to be 3. So if you want, you can correct here, set to another one, fr. Let's see what you'll get. This is how to appear. So if you go to small screen, we got to like this. If you close that, you got like this. Uh, that's not correct. That is not correct. So for small screen, I can show if it's two. Let's see if it's two. I can show it like that. But if you go to large screen, you need to show 4. That is LG. For LG, we can have one FR, one FR, then one FR. So this is for large screen. If you want to show 4, you can also put like that, so that will show 4. Let's see, wait for it to compile. That will show 4. So just give it time to compile. But I think we have got an error here. I can't find it. So I'm trying to see where is it. So I can also give AI to clean up a little bit. So you can also add some comment. We got 4. See, now this is large. You can see now this is large. So if you close and open this one, this is what we get. We still have the big one. Go to small screen. Let's close that. We have to. This is not bad. So all right. Okay, that's it for this one. The first component, which is this one. Actually, here is 3. Revenue is the bottom one. So it depends if you want to. So if you want, you can just remove this one. Revenue. Which one is revenue? So the last one is actually revenue. Revenue, or can it's just revenue. So if you want, you can remove this one and then just add it to the bottom here. So that means we'll copy this one, can copy that one, and then add the box. Where is that one? So if you have to make sure that you can remove you can change this if you want to remove that, so you must update that one. And then where is the box grid start? The grid start from here, so I mean you can skip that one and then just add another box here, add another box like this. So revenue is here, so that means you remove the revenue, you show it on the bottom, at the bottom, and then instead you can now update this guy here to show 3, because since we don't have 4, to show 3. So that this one now we try to set the rest of the component to fill the remaining space. Okay, so let's see. Okay, next we need to add this one. Need to add the recent order. So to add the recent orders, so we need also to okay, we need to add that. All right. Instead of using blue, okay, I just decided to use so we can just set the color, inline color, instead to use the blue, but you can keep the default color if you want, because blue it didn't doesn't respond. Well, that was Tailwind CSS, it didn't respond in here. Okay, next we need to show this one. It's a component here. Need to show orders. So for orders, um, orders, we need to close this. Which one we have here? This is the grid. So the grid. So we need to show orders right after this one, after revenue. So we can search here orders. Okay, for orders, we can also use box. Well, so we already know how we can use the box, how we can install the box. We can use the box, and for box we can let's add the margin bottom to 4, and I think that's correct. Okay, so we can add the title. Can use the same here. We have a title here. Copy this one, and then so if you want to set color for the title is okay, but you can also just remove the color. So keep it like this, and then just say total orders or recent orders. Recent orders. So for recent orders, we can have paper. Can have paper. Okay, and for papers, we can add style. So allow me to just type for this one. I'll type. Can type for this component, the first one. So the rest one we want to be typing. Yeah, won't be typing or styling or everything. So that we can save the time. Okay, so we can have styling here, padding or margin bottom to 2, and then font weight to font weight to bold, and then actually that one we don't need to do that. For paper we don't need the font weight. I think we can just add overflow. Margin bottom is okay, but you can add overflow to auto. Let's set to auto next, and then max height. You can, since we want to have we want to limit the height, can let's set up to 200, or just 200, remove like this, just set 200. So that we set 200, and then you can do padding to 2. So in here we want to show a list. So in here we want to show a list. So we can do, if you want to show a list, or what you can do, I have some data for list which I can just show. But before that, I want to show you a list, how we can do the list. You can also go to material UI here. You can go to material UI, and then here I can do list. This one will show the list. This is what we have, list. There's different type of list, how you can handle different type of list. For example, here we can take list, and then we set the wide for the list, the background, all of that. So what we need to do is I don't want to actually do everything, but I can take. If you see that we can start the list. So I don't want to start the list. I don't want to start the list. I can just copy, for example, the items. So you can see that we can pass the item, and then the child. You see now the child, which is now, or list item, which is now a list item text, and then we just pass you the rest. Okay, let's go and do that first. All right. Here's another example of the list of a list. How you can construct a list. Here's another example. So you pass the item, and then you just map through the item. You take the value, etc. So if I go back to our application, this is what we have. So I can just paste a list I have here. So I don't need to type everything. So, but we need to import list from material UI, and then also you need to import list item from material UI, and then we can import. Let's see if we import that successfully. Also need to import. Why? Okay, this one is not yet there. List item. This one, need to import this one. Just give it time. And import list item text, this one. Where is it? So we have list item, list item. Okay, and what next? And divider. So we also need to import divider from material UI. Okay, so what is happening here is we pass the data. This is the data. This is the list of the data, which you can see we just have an idea. So this one you can actually get the data from the back end. So I don't want to work on that. I just want to create this sample data. So we have the ID, and then amount, and we have ID and then amount. This is the amount. So what we do is just we do map. We take the order and then index. So the rest we just pass we pass key, which is the order.id, and then we pass our item, list item. So what we print here is just typography, order.amount. That's it. And for index, we just have index. If the index is minus 3, so we add the device. So we can also do, if index is minus is less than we can do item. But if I could have item, I could do item.length. So since I don't have the length, I can just put manually here. So that's it. If I save that and then I go back to application, which is this one, so we get the list. So you can also copy one of this list here. You can still use the same here. But you see that our design is not that perfect here. So since also we have specified the height for this component, that's why you see this one. So if you didn't specify we didn't specify the height, so this could be much wider here, or full height. We don't want that. So to handle this problem we have here, we can do we can add some space between. Can create some space between. All right. So to get this, to get the space between, I can insert. Just do margin bottom here. Can do margin bottom to maybe just 6. Margin bottom to 6 or 4. So after this, we also have the same styling box, styling all of that. We have also have another here. I don't want to type it up. We also have the same box, similar box, but this one is grid. So we get grid, and then we also have the paper, which is this is just top client. Paper, and we show another list here. So we can, if you decide, or in future, if you want, we can actually work on getting the client from the back end and then show them here. So we just take the client again and then do the map here, show the list of clients here. And the project, we also have the list of project here. So you can request that. Make sure to just join our channel and request that. So I will work on getting the users from the back end and then show them here. So we just get the users, the project, and show the project here. So if I save that, go back to our project, to our app, just scroll. So you'll see that here we have top clients. We just have client A and client B, and then active project. So these are static projects. These are not actually the project we are showing here. So we can still showing this project, our dynamic project, which we will add from here. Okay, so this is it for the home page. We can show match here, match of the match of the components if you need them. Next, we need to work on messages. We need to work on messages. Okay, let's go and do that. Okay, so all right. For messages, we can go to, can close this one. Go to messages, or inbox. This is the one, inbox. So in here, we actually need to fetch messages from our back end. So we need a couple of things here. We need to do a few things here first. First of all, since we are not taking a prop here, but we can just keep this because we are not taking any prop. What you can do is can create messages, a variable to hold messages. Can call messages. So this will do set messages, but we need to import React and then React messages. Use effect also. Use effect. So message, we also need to import a message, message interface. So to get that, we can go to our utils. This is the utils, and where is the message? Util and message. We need to find the message, which here we have email, but we don't see the message. We don't see the message. I can't see the message. So we need to create that. If you don't have it, I believe we do have it. Send email. It's not here. I send email, and somewhere we're supposed to have the same message. Okay, so to get that, I think we need to go to types. Go to types, and here we have client about, client message is not there. Let's see, comment project, but we need to add message. So messages. So I can do export interface client message, and for that we also need the sender message email and create data. So we can import that in here now. Close this one. Here inbox, we can import client message. Yes. So next we need to check if it's loading. Can create a const is loading. Yes. And then also you can create a const error, set errors. Error. For error, we can use our custom error or just set to string. So that depend. And current page, create current const current page. Since we want to use pagination, we can set current page to set page. So it's equal to string. Is sorry, integer. Default is 1. And then total page also can set to 1. And then we also want to check expandable. We can do const if it's expanded. So you can do const expanded message ID. We can do expanded message ID, or we can do expanded messages. So this is just going to be messages, but we can set is equal to use state, and then I believe what we can do here, since what we are doing here is, if you see our original application, if you go to messages, we actually open expand. Let's see. Another way you also to do that, we can just open an ID of that message. Open message ID by ID. So that means we can do expanded message ID. I just set the message like this. Is a string and it's empty for now. Okay, so I got a function here. I can paste them. I don't want to type that function. So what we do is we don't want to okay, we just fetch the fetch the messages. Fetch the messages set is loading to true, so I can set is loading. This one can set to is loading to true. This one is loading to true, and down here also set is loading to true. But instead of doing this one, expand the state for a new message. I don't want this one. We don't want to use this one. I don't want to use this one for now, so I can remove that one. So we just want to load our message. Yeah? So we want to send the request to API/messages, and then we set the page to the current page. Yeah? The page will be passed as param to this one. Is also is number limit, and then also set the limit. Okay, this is it. For down here, insert we can use box. So you need to import that from material UI. And this one can use typography. And variant you can be, this could be say variant, let's say maybe H5 is okay. So use effect. So on load we just pass the message, we load the messages. We call this one load messages. But if it's loading, we need to show that it's loading. For this one also, we want to set this one on the middle. Remember, if we go to home, what we did here was it again? This was it, section, and then home. So you can copy this one, copy this, and replace this one here. So for this one, if you also want, you can wrap this in a paper. Can close this one, then take this one. If you see that you can wrap this in a paper and then do elevate all of that. So you can copy this one from here. Just copy this one from here and then add this, wrap this in here, and then cut this one and close it. So need to import paper from material UI. So if it's loading, we can check the state. This first one is going to be title. This is going to be title. You can set like this as title. See here, we set the title. So if you want to know about the paper, you can go to material UI. Here is material UI, and then search for paper here. The paper component is a container for displaying content on the elevated surface. So this is what we show here. Right. So we can show the title. This is a message, but if you want, you can follow the same style we have here, or you can just have try to modify the style and do something which is similar. So I mean, here we can check if it's loading. Sorry, check if it's loading or error. So here we can have a function. Let's create a function, display data, which is messages. Okay, so we can do const display messages is equal to this function. You can be, it could be here or just put it somewhere else. So this one can just return messages, return just return a box, return box. We can do box like this, and then here we can do a map like this. But we want to do it like that. So instead we'll do a table. Can do table. So we'll do table. So can do if messages. If we have messages, messages dot length. So we can show the table here. We can do table. Let's do, but I don't want to show the table now. We will work on that later. Sender. Let's see what AI is generating. AI no. Sorry. If there's no message, we get the message. So this is what AI has generated. Yeah, this is what AI has generated. So if you have a message, we show the message. We just take the table and then the header and the body. So display the message. Else we show no message. So can use typography and the variant that body one, like that. So if you have message, we show message, else we show that one. Here, so what you can do here is now we can check if it's loading. Yeah, if it's loading, we show it's loading, else we show error, else we show that function. But we have, I believe we have, remember we have loading, yeah? Loading, handle loading component. This is the handle loading. So here we can change, just use box, material UI box. And if you use box, we can do, let's see, display flex, and then justify content center. And this one also it could be box. And then what we do here is box and display display flex, and here we can change typography, screen reader only. You can check for that class. So it depends if you want to show typography or just want to show anything else there. Okay, you can actually just show this one. So need to import that typography. So save that. Okay. So here, what do we need to do here? Okay, so we want to show this one. If it's loading, we don't want the parameters, but you can just call handle. So you can call this as a function. Handle loading progress, like this. You can call it as a function or as a component. Call it as like so, like this. So we also have another function to handle error, so which we can call here. Can call handle error, handle display error. So that one will require function error, so you can pass error. Error, but that one, so that means we need to use a custom error here. Our custom error custom error interface. So this will be somewhere here. Where is error? This is error or nil. So I need to import this one. You can import custom error there. If you want to see custom error, is actually from the type. Go to types here. The scroll up. This is the custom error. So if you see that we pass the response, we can check if we have a response data or we just pass the message. So if you go to handle display error, this is what we have. You can also just change this box, material UI box, or you can use, and then here you can change style, see what AI can generate. and the color, transparent error, whatever. Okay, so we can now play around with everything, but we don't want to spend time in there. Okay, so down here, this is our function inbox. So we can show, if it's loading, we show loading, error, we show error, else we just want to show this one, this function. So if I save that, uh, I save that, then go back to our application. This is what we have. So we get now error. Unexpected error occur. This is undefined. The error is undefined. So because we don't have the route, that's why you see that error. So if you want to fix the display error, whatever, you can fix it. But the error we don't want to fix there. We want actually we want to handle here. So that means you can add margin top to 2. If you see, this is what we have. This is the paper we have. So if you can also add the bottom. If you want to wrap this in a div, it's okay. If you want to wrap this in a div, but we don't want to wrap this, since we have this function, we return the messages. So that's why you put margin to top, margin top to 2. So that's we will have now, but we can what we can do is from here we can add margin bottom to 4, so we can have this some space between this one too. Okay, you can also correct this display error, handle display errors. This is what we have. You can also show paper here, paper like this. So if you have paper, you can add a class, a style. The style was there. I don't know, complete match of the stuff. Can do flex. Color, and then margin bottom to 2. I can do flex or display. Let's see that display to flex. And save that, and let's see what we get here. I believe you still get the same thing. I can close this one here. If you try to reload that, let's try to reload, see what we'll get in there. So we'll need to work to go back to this guy and then work on the back end to fix this one because we don't have it yet. If you go to messages, you show loading. This is what we get. Display error, all of that. So you can just keep the one was there for now. Okay. So what I need to do here, if you want, you can wrap this in a box. Let's try to wrap this in another box or paper. You can wrap this in a box or paper. So wrap this like this, and then add some style. Let's say, for example, margin top. No, margin top to 2. paper, what is this? Or box, you can use box. Use box. So to get the space between these two, even when it's loading, so you can still have the space. You can also add rounded if you want. So I don't want to work on match styling. I just want to focus on what you want to show here on the functionalities. So now we need to first of all work on the back end. So we can copy this one and then go create now our back. Okay, so for messages, we need to minimize this and then go to API, this API. So we need to have message here. So we need to create a component. Here you have, let's see, we have contact and then contact route. But we need, we don't need to make request to contact. We have to make request to messages. So this is for admin. So message. And then from here, we need to create a route. Can create now route.ts for TypeScript. So in here now, this is where we need to make now requests for the message. All right. Now in the messages, I pasted some HTML, some functionalities here, some two functions in here. Okay. So first one is so in our message route. We have now this route ts. So we are just doing the same thing which we usually do. I'll just do a get a request. Once we get the response, we import the auth function, and then we get the session. We just check if the user is not authenticated. We return error, and we get the URL params, and then we get the page and the limit. If it's not comfortable, if we cannot convert this that to limit to integer, we return. If it's not a number, we return error. Sorry. And down here we just get the message, get message. So for get message, we have we go to, can close this one for now. For get message, we go to utils, and we have contact grid, which is we have get messages. Get messages here. We created this in our previous video. If you haven't watched that, please watch that in our previous video. So get message, this is what we are doing here. And once you get the message, you just return the message. So we return the message, and then also return the limit. So we total count and all of this one. So we need to import the contact grid from this one here. Let's see. Is no, cannot find the module contact grid. Let's do slash YouTube slash contact grid. Okay, so once we have that, we want to see an error. For this one, this one we can ignore this. We will work on this. We will handle that error once we are about to deploy. Okay, let's work on single message. So single message, we just want to make. We have a getter. We have also get request. Get request. If you go to contact us, we have create message, get message, and then delete. We don't really need the get here because we want to make request for that. This is just message. We want to make just a request. So for get, we want to get this one. Sorry, we want to get this message, import this contact, and then we want to import delete message. This is the function we want to import, this one. So we want to import it here so that we can delete now the message. So if I save that, everything's good to go. So we just get the param, to get the ID. So we get the ID from the params. If there's no ID, we return error. We check if the message exists. But here, if the message that one we actually handle that in here. If you want also, we can check if the message exists. Check the single message, but we will work on that once we get that at that time. At the moment you start deleting the message, we will work on that. This is it for delete message. So I can close this one. We will just work on these two things. So back to our front end, which is a inbox dashboard component. So if I save that, we have an error here. Let's see, as a custom error. Okay. This one we will work on this one. Okay. Now if I save that, let's see what we have. Okay. So we want to make a request now, get the data and display it, but we will get an error according to our table. Sender, we have sender. So if you see our model, say messages, this is what we have. And so we have sender, message, email, and created that. So this is actually correct. This is correct. So we want to see the data. We can reload. Okay, if you go to messages, loading messages, okay, here is the messages. But the table is not that correct compared to this table here. So we can check for material UI table. Let's go and do that first. All right, so to fix this, to make sure that we use a material UI table. So if you go to material UI, search for table. Sorry. Sorry. So if you go to material UI, search for the table. So you get, there's more tables, different one can use. Can use a different one. We can just go with the basic one. Just take this basic one. It will help us understand. So we take this, and if you go back to application, first of all, you have to make sure that we can wrap this in a table container. I see that you need to wrap this in a table container. So what I can do is, if we have post, let's see, post of length, we can now wrap this in a table container. Table container, like so. Copy this and add this here, table container. So need to import it. So then table container from material UI, this one. And next we need to add table. Make sure that this is table, the top one. Yeah, this one. So can copy this, make sure that this one is table from material UI. And also we need the table body. So we have table header. This is going to be table header. Table header. Let's see. table header. And then we have also table row, which now we can wrap in table row. It's going to be table row. Lastly, we have now this is a table cell. So this is going to be table cell. First of all, let's make sure that we import this table row and table cell. Table cell like this, and this one. Okay, so we have now table body. See, now we need to wrap the rest in table body. So table body, need to import table body from material UI, and so once you get the data, you can just look through the data. So once you look through, we will use table row. You see that we need to use table row. So need to wrap the here table row, and then need to use table cell. Table cell, and this is table cell, and this one too. And here, the first one is the first one is component th. Let's see, component th, a sender. What else? And then align right, align right, align right. Sorry, can do align. Align right. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Align right. And align right here. So this is what we have. What the next? TG also, all of them align right. So you can add align right to the top one too. This one and this one and here. So if I save that, we have something to correct. I save that, go back to application. So we need to compile and see what you will get. What will you get? Okay, this is what we get now. So we see that we have message which we need to correct. We have message and the email. So if you want to show email, it's okay, but I think we can remove email. Sorry, can remove email. So just keep this one. So this would look nice. Instead of email, you can replace email with the created data. So, created or created that. Is it created that? Maybe something like created or received at. Any is fine. Huh? So here instead of email, you can show created at. Yeah. So we can use a truncator for the email. If we go to types, let's check types. Our types. Yeah, if we go to email, sorry, message, we have created at. This one. It's the one we need to use here. And Date is not assigned to type node, so we need maybe to convert that. We can do to shrink. Let's try to pass date. Convert it to shrink. Expected argument 0, but got, let's see. We need to convert that to shrink. To date, right, actually. So for the date, we're just going to do new data, and then just pass our created data. But we need to do, we need to use, we can change this. Instead of left, you do it to right. Sorry, instead of right, you do to left. So we'll have a line to left, left. And then I also want to use truncat here, so I can do messages if the message dot length is greater than 50. So we just do messages, message dot message, and then substring. So to cut from 0 to 50, and then plus dot dot. Else we just show the message. All right. Okay. This is the whole thing. So if I save that, go back to application, this is what we get there. This is what we get. So we can also choose to only show the first name. You can choose to only show the first name. So it depends how you want to handle it. You can only show the first name, or you can show all the everything. You can also change the here. So messages, inbox messages. So inbox messages. Sorry. So if you go to small screen, this is what you see in the small screen. So can I close this one, or see, or something like this? This is what you see in the small screen. But we need to, first of all, need to add the how do you call that? We need to add pagination. So we need to show pagination somewhere here, so we can check. We can while we are showing our messages, we can check if we have message dot length. Dot length, we need to show pagination. Pagination. So for pagination, let's say AI can help us speed up. For pagination, we need to get paginate. Let's see, top. We need to show. We need to use we can use material UI, pagination, paginate, or you can use something like, for example, div, and use div, and then just add class name. Let's say flex justify center, and can do maybe let's add some space between space on top, maybe 4 or 2, doesn't matter. Then you can use pagination, can do pagination from material UI. So, okay, so for pagination, I have a couple of things here we need to get. First of all, we need a count. Need the count, which is equal to total page, and then we need now pages, which is equal to current page, and then we need the on change, so we can call now our set page on call. But on call we need to handle page change, or you can just set set page, and then also we need color, which is just set to primary color. So if I save that, go back to application, back to the front end, now this is what we get. We get now representation. So you can see that with the material UI, we don't have to do all of this, and we just have to reuse the component. So now next is the reloading, reloading next. If you want to watch from here what we are loading, let's see. I'll see loading. You are showing too, but another thing is you don't have to show the loading screen loading as progress if we have messages. So to handle that, you have to come down here. We can change here to check if it's loading, and we can check and message, and the message is equal to 0. So we will show that if the message, the length is equal to 0, so we show that. So we don't want to show the whatever, we don't want to show the loading progress if is we have a message ready, unless you want to do that, but we can show something else. I don't want to work on that now. So now you can see, now we can just jump to the next one. We don't need to do show again the loading progress. Right. Next, you can just work on view the message. So we can on click, so we can show this. We can open message in we can open message in a modal, or if you want, to have a we want to have a sub page to show the message. For now, you can handle something like that. So okay, if it's message, you show in message here, or we can just show open a model here to show the message. All right, we can work on just show a model here. All right, so to show a model, we need to go to messages, where we are showing messages list. This is the one. What about if we add this one, wrap this in a button? Let's say button, btn, a button, sorry, and then container, content, and then what else you want to show? Primary, just button like this. If we save that, what you will see here, so we want to see kind of a button, but we can also just put kind of a link. Let's see this one. So on a click, can add on a click, so we want to open message on a click, so we want to set on view message. Let's create something here. Open single message. So we can do const on view open single message, but we can get message instead. Just get message as a, yeah, you just get message. So for this one, we need a variable to hold that one. So you can call on message, on view message, is equal to nil. Nope. On view message is equal to default is nil. Let's set default to nil, but is equal to iClient message, yeah, or nil. Let's see, iClient message or nil. Okay, so this guy will take a take a message to show. Where is it again? It's here. So when you click, we can set here a message. So on click, you can pass message here. We can just set message on click. Let's see. Argument type mouse event is not assigned to param. Let's see. Let's try to handle that. So we just pass message. So we don't take any event, because if you take event, that means that you will take the mouse. So we just want to get the message. But if you also want, you can separate this one. Instead to show this one here, you can create a separated component to handle this view full message model template dot tsx. So const view full message. Sorry, the function we have it here already. So we can just export this one. If you want, you can just export a export to like this object. Okay. So now we need to pass here prop. We need to take now the message. So we can do we can do react.fc, and then we'll just pass a message. We pass message. Sorry, a message. But instead, before that, we need to pass message component. And we can do message component. Message props. Sorry, message props. Because we need to pass props here, so we can create that. Say, okay, interface message props. So we'll pass. We need message, which is this one. But we also need open. No, but it just on close, which is void. We don't do anything. And then you have on close or on open, or just open, which is boolean. What else do we need to pass there? That's it. So on close and on close and open. This is a function and this is a variable. So we need to import client message. Okay, so this is what we pass here, but here now we need to correct what we need to get in here. So we need to correct what we are going to get in here. So we need to get message on close and then open of that. Okay, so once we have this, we can now return React component. Sorry, model component. So if you go to modal, sorry, material UI, search for modal. You'll now get, we have a modal. This is the modal you need to return. So if try to open that, so you can open modal, the close, but you also have white. Let's see, white. But what we need to do first, we need to get the model, get this guy, and then here we just need to return this here. Need to return this one. We don't have it. We don't have the model. We can import model from material UI and also import box from material UI. So style, we don't have the style. We can get rid of this one. We don't need this one. We will fix it. And also need to on close, we can call this function here on close. Box, we need to import, and then we also need to import box. Import box and import do you need buttons? I don't know. We'll work on that. And cheap model, cheap. But for now, we don't really need all of this. We just need that paragraph. So if you have a message, we can just show. Let's show here message dot message. But we can create const. We can create message. Const message. Const is open is equal to false, but we can pass this open. No, actually what I want to get is message first. So message text, set message text. So we can get sorry, we can get from the message. We can import React use state. We don't need this one. Remove. We can just use state. Import use state from React. So message text. So we can check here. We can do, okay, we show message text or empty. Just show empty string here. So if you have it, we show it. If you don't have, we show nothing. Okay. Button, we are not using it for now. We will use it. But since we need a button here, we can use so modal button actions. So I need to use modal actions or all of that here. So if I save that, go back to application. This is our application. So this is how the button is looking, but we can change it. We can fix this one. If you click, it's supposed to open, but you don't open because we are not calling this in here. So instead, here, set message, we can actually call this guy here anywhere. Let's say, for example, we call it in here. If we have a message, whatever, we can call it anywhere, even though within this one, doesn't matter. So I'm gonna call sorry, can call view message view full message template. So we need to pass a message. We need to pass on close and then open and set on close. Is set view message to false. But we can also check. We can also create another variable here. We can create. Let's see first what we have in here. So here we set message. I cannot find on message details. But what we need to do is, if you want to that, you can just do set on view message to true. So down here we check if you have message. You can check if we have message. So we just set, if you have message, you set it to true. Since we use the boolean here, I can check to true. But what I can do is, so you must wrap this in you must check for messages, because if you don't have, you will get an error. If you have a message, we will show this one, show this guy if you have a message. So this guy we haven't imported it. We need to import it here, up here. So we can do import view message, but we need to import it actually as an object. Import let's see, import view message. Let's see, view on view message. That's the one. So we need to use this one, import view message. What's the name for the function? This is the function. So we can change the function to match what we need to use there. So if you save that, this is the one. Now down here, this is the one we want to use. Okay, the error is gone. So if you save that, just give it time to compile. If we click, we're still compiling. Let's see, we're still compiling. Okay, we are getting model, but you can see where it is up there, is on the corner there. So we need to fix model design, all of that. All right, let's work on the designing the model to show message. Okay. Right, so another way we do that, we can you can go to create poster to see the design of the model. This is the design of the model. So we can use the dialog. Oh, where is that? This is the one. So we can use the dialog instead. Sorry. So we can use dialog. So we can do dialog, import dialog from a material UI. So if you save that, try again. We haven't compiled it, so you must give time to compile. But I want us to install with this one. So let's go and install this one. You can also use AI. Just copy the whole thing and give it to AI to install it. All right, so what I can do, I can copy this one, then go to my AI. So let's clean and handle errors in this template. So this one, this will clean up and handle some errors. Let's see. So we have to can see which one is there. Let's copy this one. Let's copy. So if you go back to application, post this one here. Okay, see AI complete the rest. But just show, instead of creating a variable, just show if you have message, you show it, else you show don't have message available, and the close button. Okay, so if you save that, actually this is the whole thing, yeah? So we can change, add the title, add the sender, so we don't need to do all of that for this one. Let's see, but we still have to fix the design, the design. So this one we must wrap this in a model container. If we go to create post, so you see that we need to use the title instead of using data. So we need to use the title instead of using the typography. Use the title, and then we also need to use container here. This is going to be container, this one, and we also need to use a bot um, model actions. So for the bottom, this one, need to use model actions. So I don't need this one. So if you go back here, we can still import that one, or you can get rid of this. We want to import the rest, which is dialog, content, and title. If you save that, let's see, if you save that and go back, this is what we get. But we can also set the wider. If you see the model we have here, this model, you can set the wide, so handle, close, open, and then all of this one. As you can do here, let's see, we don't need this. This one is set automatically by the dialog. We don't need this too. If you save that, still loading. Right, so if you go to messages, you want to see. Okay, here's messages. How can open message? So here is message, but you can add things, for example, the sender, etc. Okay, let's go and work on that. Okay, so what we can do any message, a message um, or sent. Okay, let's say receive maybe received on let's say new date, new data, and then we pass our date and then to shrink. Let's see. New date. Let's see. Why are you getting that error? New date and then convert to shrink. It's a message. Let's try. See. But we can check if you have message. Okay, we will wrap the whole thing in the we'll wrap the whole thing to check new message receive on, but we can set the sender. Um, we can do this is content, but we can maybe add sender. Maybe you can add the sender. I don't know. You can add several things in there. So I don't really want to do that. I just want to complete the rest of the component so that we can save time. Since the sender is already there, so we don't need to do that maybe. But you can let me know. Let me know if you really need everything there, so we work on that. So this one too is a button, but you can choose to show something else instead of the button. You can show something else there. If you have this is a container, let's just save that. Uh, but we can check if you have message. We can if let's see if you have message, you will show it. Else we empty string. So empty string it will probably show the current date maybe. I can save this. I can just save this for now. So you can check any message, but we can also improve this in future. But for now, let's keep it in that way. Um, Here the button, can I remove this? Let's see what we will get. So this is now just button. There's nothing else there. Uh, okay, guys. So this is it for the message. We can work on it, but we have to save time to work on. We still have more components to complete. All right. If you haven't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button and enable the notification. Don't forget to like the post. All right. Let's work on the rest of the component. All right. Welcome back, guys. So next component is we have seen overview messages, and then next one is resumes. Okay, for resume, we need to go to here, just close the rest. But you also have few things we need to get from this guy. We don't need to repeat the same. We don't need to repeat ourselves again because we have already seen it, how to do it. For resume, you can actually go to messages, inbox, this one. So we can just copy the whole component because most of the things are the same. Copy this one and go to, we need to find a resume. Need to find a resume. Resume is supposed to be resume. So this is it. I can just paste the template in here, but we need to get the name first. This is the name, and we need to change the template name. And to change it to resume. So this one, now if you scroll down, here, you can just show my resume. Okay. So if I save, we will get this will make a request to the post to messages, get message and display, but the title will be my resume. So if I can save that, go to my resume. This is my resume, but you see that is making this is actually showing the posts. So we don't need to show this one. Instead, we want to show our resumes. All right, let's go and do that. All right, so for resume, we don't need this. Don't need this guy. Remove this one, but I can replace that. Remove this. Include the page, messages, even is loading because we are not going to make a request to the server to get the resumes. I'm going to post this one here. So we just need to create an interface here. Let's create an interface. We don't need to create in a type. You can create here. We call resume. Sorry, interface resume, and then we just create this one here. So instead of resume, we call of messages, we call resume. You mean message, no, resume, and then once you get, we just call name and description, and what next we have. So this is what you have in your resume: name, this ID, name, and description. So we don't need even the title, the created data, because I don't want to. We don't want to create or work on making a request again. Since we have already seen how to make a request, so there's no need to do that. Okay, my resume, and then we're just going to have name. Sorry, this is going to be a resume and then ID. So this is going to be resume dot name, and this is going to be, we don't need this, we don't need this because we have already seen how to handle that. Instead, we just want to show, but if you want to create, if you want to work on that, so change the same component you have, which was for inbox to resume, so it's good. But since we have already seen that, we don't want to repeat that again, so you can just show resume description, and we don't need this one. Down here we don't need these two, and this one don't need it. Okay, something is missing. Yeah, that one don't need it. I think I deleted close tag. I deleted that close tag. Expected. I think somewhere here. We will check on that. As for we don't need these two. Remove this one, and this and that. We don't need loading. Instead, I'm just going to change this to display resume. So make sure to do Control plus Shift plus Shift plus L, resume. Okay, so we don't even need to check if it's loading because we have already seen that. Instead, we're just going to show resume. Just going to show resume. Down here, we need to show closing. No, is something missing down here somewhere. I'm trying to see that. I'm trying to see that. So we don't need all of this one. Here and here. Resume, dashboard, edit resume. Okay, so what I can do, I can copy this one, give it to AI. Okay, let's clean up this. this template. Okay, let's see what is happening with the AI. I'm missing a closing tag, so this is what I'm trying to see if AI can find it. I don't want to spend the time looking for that closing tag. Okay, duplicate component definition, correct and sentence for rendering function out to display is my right. Okay, so I see now where was problem. Okay, so I can copy this and just return this here. If I save it, we don't need error because we are not making any request. We don't need this one. Okay, don't need that. So if I save that and then back to application, so we need to give it time to compile. Right, so if I go back to resume, this is now what we see. If age to just show you ID, so I don't want to show the whatever the dialog here because we are not making requests to the back end for this one. Okay, so from this one orders, we could have create the models and then work on it. Orders client can paste can send the request for orders, but that is dedicated to our members, channel members only. So if channel members request that, we can actually create that, so we can complete that. So for this one is going to be static. It's going to be static, and it is going to be pretty much as this one. So that means we can copy this component, copy, unless you want to use the chat, so we can integrate the chat. But if I copy the same thing, I can close this one and also close this. So I go to I go back to components, and we have orders. So if I can paste this one here, but the name is, what's the name for the component again? Admin dashboard. Yeah, it's dashboard. So you can now, I can change this to dashboard. You can do Control plus Shift plus L to change all of this, and we can also instead of this, you can create orders. So I'll show you how we can do that, but we want to test that first if this is working. So we want to change the title here, say orders or recent orders. If you save that, you go back, this is a resume, and now if you go to orders, so you get the same thing, still getting the same thing. So we can I can have the data, I can get the data for orders as static data, so which we don't create the model if you are not using the model. Okay, so for orders data, I have this one. Can just paste this one, call orders, orders like this. So we need also to set the interface. So if you see, we have order, customer name, service, so all of that. So you can change this to it's called orders. And if I remove this, AI will be able to autofill all of that. Okay, so now the data is there. We can just go ahead and replace orders. Says set orders, and then this is going to be order, order. Are you sure you want to delete the order? Okay. So down here, you want to show orders. Show orders. That's table. And here is orders. Sorry, orders, like that. And this is going to be order. So you can also do everywhere is this we can replace with orders dot. So for order we have customer name and service, custom name and service. So what we can do is you can also copy, give AI to complete. Let's clean up this. Template, and add comment. So AI will clean up and also add comment. Okay, let's see what AI is doing now. Fix the key fix and enhancements. Key fix and enhancement. And let's see. Right, so this is what AI has completed. So some fixed property names, customer. Okay, so this is it. We know that we are supposed to fix that, but we just wanted, we didn't want it to do that. That's why we give AI to complete for us. Okay, so I can paste this here. This is what we have. So it's the same thing. We could have make a request to the server and then get this data. But so we will make we can create a model, a database to store the data, and then also handle the set away that client can now make order, place the order to our application. But this is what we have for now. So if I go back to application, we get now this data. So we don't have much there. We just have this sample data. So you can also still add more data here to the list. Another one, David something, and then web design, another one. AI can add match. I can add match, so you can also add another one, any random data like this one. Then also and this one. So if you save that, you see that we got match here. Okay. Next, now we need to get the user. We need now to load the user. So for the user, if you go to our original applications here, we see that we need to load the users. Let's see. This is taking time. So we need to fetch the user from the back end. So once we get the user and then display them in a table. But we have seen how to create a table, so we can focus on we have seen how we create a table here, how we create a table, display the data in the table, but we can now focus on making now request. But even a request, we have seen how to do it. We have seen all of this one to make the pagination and then the table. So we want to focus on this component, but we want to work on a specific section, which is update user. Update user, this one. Right, so let's go and do that first. So what I can do is get the data, just get the table, set the table, and we will work on update the user. Check the current user role. For example, here is showing the user role, and then see if you can update the user role. All right, so for users, you can go to users, admin dashboard users. So this is the template. So I have a template. I have a function. I can just paste in here. Make sure that the name is the same. Match, and you can also change this to export object like this. But I want to change the name. Can change this the template name. Okay, so this is what we have in here. So we don't have this component. We are going to work on this. So we need also to work on a client user which we don't have. So we'll work on that. But first of all, what you have to know first that this is actually the same thing been doing, and we just create the variables to get the data, hold the data, and then we have the snack. So now we are going to integrate the snack in this. So I'll show you how you can show it. Snack bar. Next is we just make request. So this is the page like the one we did for the post. So next we're just going to fetch we make the request to fetch the users. Default page is 1, which now we make request to API/users and then get users. If you don't get, we throw error, fail to load. And then once we get the data, just set the pagination and update the total page. If you get error, so we just show the set now the set snack bar, which now the snack bar is down here. Snack bar. So this is the snack bar we show. If snack bar dot open, we will show it, and then we close it at 30 seconds. Close, you call the close function, and then we just set the alert inside here with the message. So is the bottom right, and vertical, horizontal. So the rest is the table. So once we get the data, we have now the container. We create the container, the table row, what we did before, and then the table body map through the users, and then show the user with the role. You can show user role, but we want to we are not going to work on admin. We are not going to work on admin model, so you are going to only use the single model to handle the user dot role. And then we have action, the button, which will just show to edit user. So that's it. And we have a menu. So this is a menu, the small menu which we show on the side here. So if you go to user, we have a button, and this small menu is the one here. So this is a model to handle the admin role. So we don't have it. We are going to create this one. So the table is the same, and then also we have pagination, which is the same pagination we used for the messages. If there is no user, I'll just show no users. Okay, so a couple of things here we need to create. We need to create the user role model, and then also need to create the user iUser or interface client user. So we need to create this one. All right, let's go and create that. But user looks like we have user ready. I client user. iClient user, so you can change this with iClient user. Yes, that one is ready there. So that if you go to Typescript, iClient user, where is it again? Comment out client user. This is the one. So we have it ready. So change this one too. Okay, so we just need to create this one. So to create that, we can go to, you see that you need to create a dashboard partial. So you can copy that, go to dashboard partial and create this component .tsx. Okay, so we can create the component is actually going to be the same as the one we used for messages or whatever. We are going to use material UI dialog. All right, we have to use material UI dialog. So I have a template. This is the template. So what we're going to do in the template, so we don't need this. Don't need this, but we need to change this to iClient. iClient from type. So if we have this one, we can change here. Okay, so what we do here is that, okay, we have roles, which is full admin, editor, developer, viewer, and the client. On admin, so this is just still the same user, the same. All right, so this is a user role props. These are props. Okay, for props, we take open user and then on close. So we pass the role, we pass our params here, and we also need to create those variables, the variables. Create variables, and then we have this one. We need to change it because we only want to check for user role. So only need to check for user dot role. Set user role. Snack bar is declared but never used. So we don't show. We are not actually using the snack bar in this one. No, not using the snack bar. So where is it again? The snack bar, but we remove this one because once you update the user, so we send back success message to user on update. So we call this function. All right, so we have variables. We create variable and user effect. So we to update the use effect to update the current the user role. So We have on update. So this is the function which we call here. We have a button down here we call on update. We call this function. So updating, if it's updating, or the by default is update, or cancel. So we just close, and then we disable if it's submitting. Right. So um on update, let's remove this one first. On update, we make a request to axio.post, and then to API/admin/users. So we don't have this endpoint, we have to create it, and then we pass the data, role, and then user ID. So if you get a response to data, so we call on update, so which we pass the user. If else, we throw error, and then this one, if you want, we can actually disable this one for errors. So this is just handle the role change. So just handle the role change. So the rest now, our roles which have here. So we're just going to map through roles. So we take our role, just do box here. You can also use material UI selector. So just take role, and then we map through roles. We pass the title, map through our role, and disable if you is submitting. So we update role on click. So we update the current role, our role, or on change. We call that change role, which is here. This function, this guy, we take HTML, and then select element, and we just take set role, which is here up. This is the set role, which is just take, if there's nothing, by default is index 0. So index 0 is now is admin. So we take is a string. So we update this guy. So this is what this one does. Where is it again? Here. This is what this guy does. So once you change the role, and then you can now press user can now press update. Right, so I can save that. We don't have much in there, but we'll walk through it again. So if I go to, let's see, user, let's see if you get it. Why not found it? Already include username. Let's see. iClient. We change this one to iClient, and then we change again here, and we don't need this one. Okay, looks like we have a problem with this one. No, they're not getting the path of that file for that function. So dashboard partials slash user models. Okay, now that's done. So we will try now to make a request to this, but we don't have it, because if you go to our API, we don't have users. We have users. Okay, we got users, but we don't have anything in here. So this will probably throw an error, and not even error, but it just keeps spinning. So if you go back to application, so application now is keeps spinning. So trying to get the user, because we have a route, but we don't have the data. Now you can see the failed to load users. So this is that snack bar is coming. The snack bar is here. This is the snack bar. You can see that the right bottom. So this is the snack bar. Right. So we need to focus on users, working on users, so I can load the users from the back end. Right. Let's go and do that. All right. So we need to go to our application backend API. This is API, and then we have users, which is here. So I have a function here, which we're just going to paste this one. Okay, so the job for this one is just to make a request. So I need to make a request to first of all, we will fix this one. We'll handle this one. Okay, so the function we just make to authenticate the current user, and then for to be sure, to be clear, not any user supposed to make a request here, but for testing purpose, we just want to show you that okay, user you make a request here, user make a request here, and then get all users. Get the users. Um, also we need to pass the pagination, the page, the limit, all of that. From the you can see how you are making that request. This is it here. So page, which is we pass the current page, and you can also pass limit, but it doesn't matter if there's no limit. Okay, so if there's a limit, we pass. If there's no limit, default is 10, or we return error. So we make now request get users. So we will work on this service. Get users. We're supposed to have get users from here. We're supposed to have users. So we don't have it. We will work on that. So we just make a request get users. So once we get the users, so we get the user, and then also we count the users, which we return now. So we do match.sell to just get the total user, calculate all of that, calculate the pagination. So this is what we return. I will return this one, and if we don't get anything, we have error, so we return error here. Okay, so we don't have much. We don't have much in here, but in here we will handle now how we can also decide to handle the middleware. Because if you want to handle the middleware, you can go to auth, which is here. You can create a middleware to handle this. You can go to auth, this one. So you can also try to handle middleware from here. Because here we are not returning anything. We are not returning most of the things, but we can add admin. Let's add admin. So this will be user.admin because we added from a user model. So we added this key, this field here, role. But instead of admin, we need to return just role, user.role. So I need to do role, and then this one is be role. So I can copy this one. Can copy this one. Is where else you return? Somewhere else you return this one. So we can do here. If it's not authenticated, we return 0, but we check if user.role is not equal to admin, we return authenticated. Return error like this, unauthenticated. But if you see from user role, where we are updating here in this component, you see that we update as full admin. So that means you can check if it's not full admin here. We return error. So you can return unauthorized. Okay, just error unauthorized like this. So we can also check for errors, but you will probably still see this error because the way the session is coming, the composition of the session there is a bit tricky for the TypeScript. That's why we will see, we can still see some of these errors. See that it's possible and define all of this one. You can also check if this is actually correct, but you still see this error. Roller does not exist in a shrink that user. So if you go to where you have the user, let's see types. So you can go to types here, client user. We have a role, and then if you go to user model, yeah. So here down now user schema, you see that we have a role, so this is the role we are passing here. Okay, so you also we see that you have a default role is client. All right, so you can also, but for now just make sure that the current user, if I save this and then I make a request, I get this error. So I want to show you, if I save that and go back to our front end here, so give it time to compile, so you will get an error unauthorized. Why? Because the current user, I'm not sure if the current user got that privilege, but you can console.log the user to console.log session.user. So I can do something, for example, here, say user, like this. So just want to console.log that user to see. Give it time to compile. Okay, so if I reload this one, we want to make a request to the back end. So we want to see, we want to watch here to see the user, because I believe the current user does not have a role. The default role is client. So if you go to it's actually users, let's see what you get here. We have, there is an issue, so we need to fix that faster. We need to fix that first. Let's see that. We need to fix this error. So let's go ahead and fix the error faster, because we want to hit this, but we got an error there. So if you go to user, so we have user, get user by email, find the user by username, and get all users. So we need to add get all users. All right, let's go and do that first. All right, so what we can do, instead of creating in the here, adding this the function or the methods in here, we can actually go to, we can organize our files again. Go to utility. You see, for example, we have functions to get almost or do all the operations. So we can create another here called admin service service.tsx, sorry, .ts. So I have a template, so I want to show, I just want to paste the template here, because we don't have to type here all of this. So we just get the user model. So we don't have admin model. I told you we want to make this simple, so to understand. So add a user model. So we have create admin, which we can just update the user. So we can find the user. If we find the user, we can actually update. So we don't need to do this. We will update this one. So we will remove this one instead to create admin. We can so we can also do find and update. I want to show you what I mean. We can do, all right. So for admin service, we just have this function. We have some functions in here. So to here is to create a user. So you can create a user, but to create user, we are not really making a request here since we have a create user already in here. So this is the one we use in create user. We use this one. But for admin service, we don't really need that. What we need is get the user by ID. That sometimes you can update that, but this one is what we really need is update role. So role we have full user, full admin. We need to change. Sorry, we need to change that to full admin, editor and client. So this actually match the one we have in here. You see that we have a full admin, developer, viewer, editor, and client. This one. So you can copy the same thing. Just paste it here. Copy this one. Just replace this one here. Okay, so we make a request, connect to the database, and then find the user. Once you get the user, if the user is not there, we return error. Else we just update. The rest is just delete user. So you are not going to work on a deleting user. Get all users. So we have get all users, and then also we have get uh, account users. So now we need, once we make it get all users, so we need to pass also, we can also pass the pagination. We can also pass the pagination. So pagination, you can see that how we are passing the pagination from projects here. You see, let's see, get projects. This is how we pass the pagination. So you need to pass from here. We need to pass the page size, limit, all of that. But we can just handle here. I don't want to use the pagination because I've already seen how to do it. So we don't need to repeat it for that again. So we just want to get the users to see how we can load all users from the database. Okay, so here we need to go to, can make a request to app/utils slash admin service. So admin service will get user and count users. Okay, so if I save that, we need to get this message so that can see the current user at the same time to check also what we are getting from front end. All right. All right. So once we make a request, let's see. We go to users. Let's see what we get in here. So we want to see here, but the role is undefined. You see that the role here is undefined. So here is the auth credential. Once you go to API auth and then the auth route. So we made some modification here, but to say that okay, we can return also include. Sorry, we can include the role, but it's still undefined. So to fix that error, we can go to users, to user model, where you get user by email, find user implicit. Let's see. We can forget that for now. we want to see okay, if you go back here, you get the user. So if you lock user to C, can log also but so what I mean that okay, we don't have to do anything because the user does not have a role. This current user does not have a role, so we cannot find that. Okay, this is actually correct, but the user does not have a role. Can close this. So to handle that issue, mm, to handle that, close this one too, and the user here. Okay, so to handle this, what we been doing here, we're just trying to see if we can get the user role. But the current user does not have that role, does not have any role. So means that this cannot work here. Dash from front end, this you want to work, you will get an error. So for you to handle that, you need to uh, comment this one. So means that maybe check a different user. For example, okay, if to check, since we are getting email, in some case, for example, as an admin or as a developer, I want to test, so I can do something, for example, if dot email, email, or we can do email dot include. Um, let's see this one. So we can try that one. So we can check if the email is that one. If that is the email, let's see. Users. We get an error. Okay, still seeing an error, but we can also comment this one. Comment this and just load the users. So we can update the user. But we will work on creating a custom middleware. But for now, since the current user does not have the privilege for admin, the current user does not have that privilege for admin. So that we can see we are getting the users, and then if edit, you can also see the default role is client. Default role is client. So a few things we can do. You can add a middleware. You can create a custom middleware to check if the current user has got that. If the current user can actually access the users. So access the user, also access the admins. So for admins, first of all, for admin, we can first of all work on this because users and admin is actually the same thing. The only difference is this here we only get the admins. That's the difference we have here. So this one will only get admins. So another way we can just forget about this one, or we just get the same. If you go to users, so you can actually handle or use the same template. Just copy the same template and paste here so that we can show the users. But once we make a request to the dashboard, sorry, to our back end, so we just make a request to retrieve only users with the role of admin. Right, so to handle that, close this and this one. Okay, to handle that one, we can copy users, copy the template, and then go to, we have admins. Admins is this one. So we can paste this here, but we need to change the name. This is the name. So admins. Make sure to do control plus shift plus L, or command plus shift plus L to edit all of them. Okay, so now this admin. So if you save that, you go back to application. So we need to see the same thing, exactly the same thing as users. So we will only, but once you make a request, so we'll only have to make a request to retrieve only admins. Okay, can give it time, it's still loading. All right. Here I've got users, and the other one is admin. So, but one thing we need to correct here first, we need to tell the user the current template name. So we can do that by going to like something like orders. We need to copy this one, header section. So we can copy this, go to users. This is users, and I'm loading or snack bar or dash data. Okay, we can pass this here. So here is the users, so we can just change here to users, and then to admins also. Admins too, you can change here to admins. Right, so if you save that and then go back to application, so now we have admins. So to make it looks nice, you need to, we can add, you can wrap this in a box. Wrap this in a box, and then add button. Margin button. Let's sorry, margin button to maybe 2. I can set to 2 or 4. So here to wrap this in a box, and margin button to 4. Save that, and then go back here. So this is what we have. So this is admin, and then users. Okay, so another thing is, okay, now we have admins and users. For here, we can now work on update the current user. So I can do the current, okay, the role is equal to full admin. So save that. We need to see a snack bar if it was updated. Okay, we get an error. Request failed with the status code 404. So that means the URL is not found. This is what we've been expecting, because we don't have that yet. So we need to create that URL. So to create that, we need to go to user role model. This is the one. So once we update, on update we call this guy, and then we go back to the user, we call this here on update. So handle update, and then here is handle update. So handle update, we just get the user. So take all the users, so user, and then find if the user selected user.id is equal to the same. So we take the admin is equal to current user. So just update the current user, and then we show the snack bar. So for the snack bar, if you see here, snack bar, we have the snack bar, which is this is just an object. Open is boolean, message, and then sovereignty, severity, which is equal to success and error, success or error. And at the bottom here, bottom we show now the snack bar. Right. So in here, we need to make a request to update. So we need to make a request to user.admin, but instead we can make a request to we can still make a request to there, but we maybe just patch. Can do patch request. Sorry, patch slash at axio.patch API slash user. Sorry, API slash admin slash users. But we could also put pass the ID. We can pass the ID. So this will still giving us 404, but you're still getting 404. But what we need to do first, we need to go to API API slash admin, which we don't have. We need to create admin or admins. So this one become admins, and then so I don't know, we need to pass users. We can pass users too, because we can have admin, we can have a different type of data in here. So slash admin slash users, and then we can now get in here, you can say, for example, we can do something, for example, pass ID, ID. So you pass user ID. So in the user ID, we can now have a route.ts, but and then the admin also, we need to have also like about. We can have about, and then we can also have for example, resumes. So we can save things like resume, or let's say also post, and then projects. So these are things admin viewer. So admin can make a request there to see what is in there. Okay, so for this one, we need to have a route. First of all, route.ts, but also we need to have another route in here. So this one first is to get the users, all admins. So can do app slash API slash admins slash users and node. So the thing is get all admins of get admins. Okay, so we may need to make a request here. So in this case here, what we are trying to do here is, okay, we want to make a request to API slash admins slash users, and then pass the user ID. So means that we are not passing to a specific user. So if you want to correct this guy here to make now request to a specific user, so you need to pass now to, need to go to app API, and then admin/user ID. So we need to make now request to that single user. So I can do get the user, all of that, and then make the post request, patch request, which we need to get the ID. Let's see that. But what I need here is a update user. I can just say update user's role. So we can pass user. So we send the put there, user, and then all of this. Okay, so user, you pass the ID. You can also pass the role, user, and then role. User, and then role, and then you get the current user session. Please log in, but we don't want that. Here now you can check the middleware, check if auth is enable, if auth is if auth can update user. All right, so this is the things we do here. We are not there we are not there yet. So now we need to change here, pass now ID. Now we need to pass now the user ID. Okay, so once you pass the user ID, we get the user in here. Okay, here first of all, need to get the ID. Get the ID from that. So once you get the ID, we need to get the user. First of all, we need to check if the current user is authenticated. If authenticated, we need to check if the user can edit, and then we can get or check if the user exist. You see, so now we need to get the user by ID. Can do get the user by ID. But here check if auth can update user role. So these are the things we need to do here. But for now, we want to get the session. After the session, if the session is there, but you can now check if session that user role is equal to full admin. If it's not equal to full admin, you can return an error. It's a full admin, we return error. So we can check if the user exists. So we take that ID, which you can now do get user by ID, and also do get user by ID. I'm not sure if we have it. We will check. So we can do but since if you don't have it, we need to check first if you have that function, get user by ID. So you can go to where we created, go to utility and the admin service, and you have get user by ID. We don't have we have get user by ID, so I need to import get user by ID, which is this one here. Okay, get user by ID. So here we can now call const user is equal to await get user by ID. So once you have the user, if there's no user, so you need to return error that user does not exist. User, okay, you can check user does not exist. Okay, so but if you get the user, you can now update update the user's role, update the user role. So we can now do we do have update user role, which we need to make sure that we find here, that we have create user, update user role. So I need to call the update user role. This one just call get update user role. We don't need this one. So you can call update user role. Okay, so we need now to update user role. You can do const user, or you pass, just call this guy, but you can do await, or you can do const user or new user is equal to, or updated user to make sense. Updated user is equal to await. So we pass user role, you pass the ID, and then you pass the role. So once you get the role, you can return the updated user. Let's see. Cannot declare block scope. So what we need to do, we need to wrap it in try catcher. After I check the permission for current user, we need to current authenticated user. So we need to wrap in try catcher. We can wrap try catch. So we first of all get the user by ID. If there's no user, return error. The user does not exist. And then we return another error. We can now extract the user role from the requester. If there's no role, we return error. But we also need to update to validate the role. So the validate role is we have full admin, editor, developer, viewer, and then client. So if it's not included, so we return error, else we just pass this one there. We just return that. But another thing is, this won't work here. We can do, let's put, can do patch. I don't know, patch or put. We will try that. Try that to see. The thing is, the current user does not have a role. They does not have that role. So this won't pass. If you save that, you will still get this. So back to application. You see that if I reload this, we will still get the same error. Unauthenticated, no, unauthorized user. Why? Because the current user does not have a privilege to update the user. Just give it time to compile. Okay, now we can go to users. Okay, so if I take action, let's say edit, and then as a full admin, we want to see where you are making a request. Make a request to API/user/ID. Compiled, that compiled successfully, but we got an error, ID. of got an error ID. Failed with the status 400 and 0. 400 and 0. So the error is from here. And then, yeah, the error is from here. So this ID we are getting is actually this one. This is the one we are getting from here. We are retrieving that from the route. This one. From the path. So here we get now the user cannot update it. So if I comment this one, sorry, let me comment this and then back, try to update again. I want to see. Supposed to give it time to compile. We make a request to Apache request to API/admin/users and then pass the ID. That was 200. If you go back, we get an error. Okay, now the table. So now the user was updated. The user was updated, but we have an error, which I believe which is the user we are returning. Right, so need to check on that. Let's go and check. So before to update that, before to check on that, you have to make sure that you return the user. So I can do console.log updated user to see if we actually return the user to the front end. So I can reload this. Just give it time. You can also see if it's compiling. Okay. Right, so if I go to users again, right, so I can try to update the user again and then full admin. I go back here. So we want to see if the updated user, we can actually see the updated user data. Updated user is here now. But we are not returning the role, and we are returning the password, so we don't need to return this one. So we need to hide in this one. Okay, so what we can do is we go to user. First of all, we need to fix that error, which is get user find user. You have find user and then update. Find user and update. We need to find the place all the errors first. So you see, for example, what we return here, we need to return kind of, but you can do populate. Count users, delete user, and then also this one. So we need here return updated user. So we can save, but return just fee stuff. But where else we get the user? Get user by ID. Populate and then role and also bio. All right, let's go and update that first. All right, so what we can do, we can just select. So you can select role and the name, email, avatar, or user, even username if you have. So this, we just want to select this one, and then we will return that user. Okay, here we will now lock the user, the selected user. So I tried that one, I got this. So what you can do is go back to users. Need to reload, is still compiling. So we can take, for example, this user, Galena, and then let's set this to full admin and update. But you want to watch from back end, sorry, to see if now get the user. Now the user got a full admin role, Galena something, Galena Ayala something. Okay, so but we get the error here, which is name something. So to handle that, we need to go back to, we can remove this log. We can go back to auth. So if the user is updated, so we want to see, this is where the error is coming from actually. So we just need to return user. So we need, because we don't return admin, we don't have admin. So we need to return rise.data. If you go here, this is what we are returning. We are just passing the user. Okay. So if I go back, let's try to reload again. Okay, go back to users. So let's try to find. We are in this episode. We are not working on the searcher. Just to mention that I'm not working on the searcher. So if you want to work on the search, you can request the video. I can create the video for you. So Molly something. I believe this is the current user. So let's go to here, update. The current username is Molly something. Right. So now the user was updated, and you can see the message bottom there. Okay. So if I reload, and then go back here, the current user is Molly, so it's there. So if now go back to here, and then we want to check to make sure the current user is authenticated. So current user.role is equal to full admin. And then now we want to try again that now to check to make sure that the user, sorry, to make sure that the user is actually actually update the user's role. So let's try to update this one. Edit, full admin update. Okay, you get error 400. So the error is coming from there. If you see, we get error. It's the error we get, but we can also try to lock the current user. So I can do console.log auth, and then we pass this auth. Let's try to update again. Role is undefined. So we have to check why the role is undefined. Unless this is not the right user updated, but can check. Molly WikiLeaks. This is the name, and the email is Laila something. Let's check that. Yeah, this is actually the user. Okay, let's work on that to find out why the current user role is not we can't get the current user role. Right. So to protect the admins or any user, so that any user want to make a request to admin endpoint, so it must be authenticated as admin, or another way said, the user must have a role as admin or full admin, yeah, something, yeah, so a certain privilege. Right, so to do that, we need to create this is our current admin, so I just want to show if the the application you clone from the GitHub, or the current application, our current middleware is this one, but we need to also to add another middleware here. So what we want to do is we want to create we want to go to app, let's do this. So we want to go to app, within app, so I can create another folder here called middleware. So in here I need to create now admin middleware.ts. All right, so for admin middleware, a couple of things we need to do in here. First of all, is actually going to be the same as this one, as the current middleware we have, but we want to add few things. So we want to have few things in here. First of all, you can have we also want to get the server, want to get the request the server. We also want to get the token. It's a server, like this. So we also want to import the token, import the get token. Get token from NextAuth token. NextAuth JSON web token. And once we have that, we can do export middleware, or export admin, export async, because we want to wait, export async function. But export async function, we want to make sure that this is going to be admin middleware like this. I don't want this comment. Come on, I don't want that comment. All right, so in here, a couple of things we need to do is we need to get the request. So get the request. Once we have the request, we can now first of all retrieve the session from the token. So I can do retrieve the session from the token, or retrieve the session token from the next, or from NextAuth. Okay, what next do we need to do? So to do that, first of all, we need to do const session is equal to await. So we wait, we get the session. So we pass a request. Let's see this one. So secret, and then what we do, we just want to get the session. We just want to retrieve first of all the session. So once we get the session, we can now check if you have session. We can check if the user is authenticated. So you can do if session. If there's no session, so we can return error. We can return or console. We can also console.log error, console.log or console.1. Let's say, for example, no session, found. And we can say, for example, redirect back to the login. So to the login, our login actually, if we go to the middleware we have here, see how the composition of our login is not really here. We will work on that, but login, if you watch our previous video, is that we do auth and then we pass action. We do action is equal to login, so we pass that one. Okay, so that is if the session is not there. So we can also check if we have session. We can console.log console.log session token. So we can see the session. So we want to see the session, but after we can what we really need to do is we want to check the role. So we can check the current, if the current user is your admin. We can do if the session dot role, if there's no session dot role and the session dot role is not equal to first of all, we can check one here. We can we can just check one. If there's no role, a return error. We can return let's return um, maybe error. Instead to redirect, we can do response.json and then return a couple of error here. Let's say, for example, access deny. And then we can pass, this one will be 403. Yeah. But what we can do next is we can before checking the current role, we want first of all to create the role. Let's say, for example, the fun allowed roles. So we can do const allowed roles is equal to, let's see, this one is completed by AI. Yeah. So allows role is if you go to user, let's check user model. You see the roles we have here. So this is the role. This is the allows role we have here. So that means here we need to pass admin and then developer, viewer, editor, client, let's see, yeah, client. So we can check now if it's not included, if the session is not does not include the role, does not include the role, so we pass our allowed roles here. So if it does not include, if it does not exist, so we return error, and then also error access denied. But if you get that, we can just go call next. So you can just go we can return okay, what we can return is just return next response dot next. next response. So we just move to the next. So this one we don't need this. Why is that? Where is that one coming from? So this is the only thing you need in here. Okay, so let's review what we have done here. So what I've done is, okay, we create this middleware. This is our custom middleware. We call it admin middleware. Is the name correct? Admin middleware. So we call it admin middleware. Admin middleware. Okay, so for this one, we check, we get the session, we retrieve the session, and then we check if the session is not there. This also we is also we also handle this on auth. If you go to auth, we also have to make a little bit of modification in the auth. So this is the auth. So auth is once you go to API slash auth, and then route. So this is the one here. So once you come here, we make some modification, a little bit of modification. Okay, so what we did here, we just add the role. We attach the role to the callback. If you see, we attach the role. So once any user return from the front end, also we can access the role. So this is the only thing we added here. Because if you see our user model, so we got a role. This is the interface, but the schema got a role. So here we just attach the role. This is the only update we have here. Okay, so in here in our admin middleware, so we check if you get the session. Okay, we return the if you don't have a session, we return error or redirect back to the login. If you have token, we can if you have the session token, we can log out to see what we got, and then we can just check now the role. If the role is not there, we say user is not an admin, is not an admin, we return error. So we define now the allowed roles, which is here, and then we check now if we can now check now if allowed role is included, if our role is included in our allowed role. If it's not there, we return error. So allowed role is here. You can also be defined global, somewhere you can be reused across the application. But for now, let's just keep it here. And then if we get it, if it is not exist, we return error. Else we just call the next. All right. Now we need to include this one. We need now to include this middleware in here. All right. So to include the middleware in our current middleware, so we need to make a little bit of modification. So I can remove this one and add it to the top. Let's start with this one. So in here, if you see, we protect the dashboard, dashboard, anything match dashboard. So we apply the middleware. Anything also match the settings. Everything match the settings. We also apply the middleware and also admin. But for APIs, we need to add everything match API slash admin, slash admin, slash admin, and then everything coming after API slash admin. So we apply the middleware. So if you go, where is this one coming from? This one is this one, the folder we created in our previous video. We created in our previous video. So is actually going in API. So we are going to we can go in API and then admin. So everything, all routes in here, any route in here, so we must apply middleware, our admin middleware. So this is what is happening here. Okay, so that's it for the configure. But now in this main guy, the middleware, so we need now to find if now we need now to check for the path. But we can check, we can do that from here top. We can do from top here. That means that, okay, even just here we can do const. Okay, I don't need to do const. I can just do path, if path name dot start with path name start with let's say API slash admin. Okay, we want to apply our middleware, but the path is coming right after, so we need to define that this is the path, so we need to define this here. So if the path name start with the API slash admin, so we need to apply now middleware. So what we can apply, we can return we can now return our admin middleware. So we can save this one so that we import it. So we need to return now our admin middleware. So in here, we can do return admin middleware, that one, and then we pass a request in there. So this one is now imported automatically here up here. So you can just change to this one to match up like this. Okay, so that means everything, anytime you hit, you make a request, you make a request to API slash admin. So we want to hit, we want to call now this guy, we want to return this guy. So this one now will do the rest of the thing. So you can check the check if the user is authenticated and then check the role. All right, let's go and test that first. All right, so before testing, before to go and start testing, we must correct something here. So we cannot allow all roles. So here we can only allow, let's say for example, allow only admin, only admin. So only user with the role of admin, full admin can update. Okay, so this, because we don't want any user to update. By default, the user role is client. So if you go back to application, but another thing is that you must restart application. You must restart our application. Run dev again. You can also do this. You can also go to you can use this. Let's see. So you can go to, you can use git batch. Use git batch. Just give it a second. Right, git batch can do remove all files, file and folder from dot n dot next. So this will delete the build for next, which is usually here. I believe is already gone. So this will delete that one. So once you delete that, you can now run again npm run dev. So this will clear the cache. Right, so once you have cleared the cache, so you can now just reload your app. So give it time to compile. Just give it time so to compile. So now we restart the application, and I can see that I'm able to connect to my database. So I'm trying to go to the dashboard now. So you see, uh, this is the current dashboard. It's a dark mode. All right. So try to go back to the users. Now we want to load the user. So you can also use this one, the our terminal to watch. All right. Request the user was successfully, and so you have a user, but I can try to update now the a user. I can try to update a user. So go again, edit user, and then change your role, update. Now I get that error. Request failed with status code 403. So if I want to see what is happening, now I get user role is not allowed, redirected to the login. But now session will log out. This is the one you log out the session. So you can see the username and then the email. This is the current author and the role is client. So if you go to the current user, can I close this? This is the user and the email. So if now go to our middleware, where is that message coming from? This message, where is it coming from? You see that the message is coming from user role is not allowed, redirect to the login page. All right. But if I add client here, let's say, okay, we also allow client because the current user is client. Current user auth is client. You can see that current user role is client. So if you now save that, just give it time to compile. Yeah. And then try to update this one. If I can update the recent user, so I can go to the last page. Recent user or a recent created user, which I believe is this one. If I go back, this is the one. I'm not sure, but let's see. This could be the one. So if we try to update, let's update to admin. Because here we allowed even a client. You can see here we allowed even a user with a role of client. Since this one the role is client, so we want to update that. All right, now the patch request was made, and here you can see that message was there. So I can try to update another one. Let's also update this one to maybe editor. Now the role updated successfully. All right, so this is how we handle the admin middleware. But now we see that we don't need that. Instead, we can add we can have a full developer, a full admin or developer. We don't need the editor. So only these two users, full admin or developer, can update a user role. So if we don't have a role, we can or we set a role as a string. So correct that the one in error. You can also get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. Yeah. So okay, this is it. This is it for middleware here. You can also remove this one. Don't need to have much logs and this. So keep the file clean like this one. So if also go to middleware, what else do you need to delete? Yes, nothing. So you can clear this one and this one. So you can go to I think that is it for this one. So we can also check. Sometimes you can see that sometimes let's see auth and admin. Right, you can see here if there is there's no role, you pass default as a client. So we must work on this one to make sure that we actually retrieve the user role or return. So we don't want to return nil. All right, we can work around for some errors to to check for some potential errors. All right, so next we can work on about. So the rest of the middleware, you can request the rest of the middleware. We can go advanced level. But for now, let's complete the rest of the component. Actually, the rest of the components, they are not complicated because they're just the same design. Instead of rebuilding the same thing again, we can I can just paste some template here we have. So we can start with about first. So I can paste this one. I can paste this code there. All right. What we have here, we are importing as usual. Import everything as usual, and we are using a box, material UI box and the typography, all of that, and progress. But in this time, we want to use a custom editor. So custom editor is we are using it here. So this is what we have. We can also wrap this in a row. You can wrap this in a row if you want. So this is just a simple way. So if it's loading, we just show that it's loading. But before that, the top we have we got our variables, which we variable we have content because the content for about if you go to this is about them, but I want to first of all show you what we have. I want to show you if you go to application. Where is about? Do we have about here? I don't know. Okay, we're supposed to have about on here, but since we don't have it, you can go to about us. This is still compiling. About us is actually Gil.js. So it means that is an HTML. This is taking long to compile. So if you check from back end here, you still compiling about us. So about us is actually Gil.js. Wait a second. Okay, this is about us. This is an HTML. This is an HTML. So this one you see. All right. So if you go, I'm not sure. Let's check about here. Let's have a look for about. Right, so the current about is not HTML, is not a guild text editor. This is the one we have. So, but if you want, we can change this to display the HTML, display the guild editor, guild.js text editor, the HTML template instead of just plain text. But what I wanted to show you is that, okay, if you go to the dashboard, if you go this one, we have so we want to show, we want to use our page, so that mean that we can use a guild text editor, so we can upload the image, delete well, upload the image for the page, all of that. So this is the idea for having a page, a static page like this one. So that means if you go back to what we have, this actually is the current about page, the one we have. So if you want to, we can change this one. You can see that this is the static content, so we can change this to show now about the guild editors, which will be now dynamic. Anytime you can update from admin dashboard, and they show it here. This is, we created this one in our previous video, our previous episode. All right, so we can skip this, but we can just talk about a little bit about this one. So we got the GIL, so we get the content. We get the content as string. Content, the default is string. and then feature image, preview image, loading, saving, is image uploading, all of that. So then also we have a snack bar. So this one just to show if it's updated, success or error message. So we want to make a request. We make a request to the dashboard, to the back end. Look, we make a request to API/admin/about this one. So that means if you go to um, here to API, so we need to go to API and then about. We have about, but we don't have route. So you can create a route. Let's create the route.ts. So in a route here, I have an HTML content. Sorry, I have a function, which is usually our function get function. So to just paste in here. All right. So we have a getter, a function which you just have a get here, and we also have about this. We created this in our previous video. So we have this get about, which is this one. Get about, and then also update about this one here. Update about, which we call here. Update about. So once you have this one, we can change it down here. Right. So options. This is correct, but we don't even need this one since we are already using middleware, so we don't need to this one because we have a middleware already. But let's go to about it. We created this one in our previous video, so we don't have anything to do in here. We don't have to modify anything in here. All right, so if we go back to the front end here, so you see that we make a request. We'll make a request to admin/about to that route to get the data, get the request. By default, they fetch the JavaScript, the vanilla JavaScript fetch default is get the method. So make a request. If you get to error, return error. Else we just now set the content. I set the content. So once we set the content, so down here, if you scroll a little bit down, so here we just we print the content. So we just call our text editor, the let's see custom text editor. So you see that in our custom text editor, this guy accept the value, accept the content, and then on change. So this is once we pass the content value, we pass our content, and on the change we pass set content. So if you anytime you update, we pass that. So once let's see. So that's the fetch content, but we also have save about. So save about, we just send put method to the same, which we hit this guy here. We hit the put this one to update now about this one. So about we will have, if you have feature image, we will get the feature image and then update the feature image, all of that. But we will call this function. Remember, feature image is actually here is not actually image, because we handle the image we handle image from here from Gil.js. So this is where we handle image, upload images. So we have nothing here. So here we just the URL, we get the URL and then pass it here. We save it in the database. Okay, I can also close this one. So update if you make a update, then if success we show message, error we show. If you got error, we just going to show error. So this upload handle upload image. So we have image. Remember we have a feature image. If you go to our about here, this is a feature image. We have a feature image, and then we also have the image can be attached inside the text editor. Since this is a text editor, so these are separated the feature image, which is useful for SEO. Right. So if you upload that, we also make a request to API/uploads, and then upload the image. We'll return the image, and then we will just once we return the image, we can now set the feature image here. Okay. What's next? This is the rest. We just show the same snack, the snack bar, all of that. Okay. So mounted, we just call the fetch content. This one, our function fetch content to get now about, and that's it. The rest now is handle the snack close. This guy we call it to handle the snack. This is our snack. This is the snack bar, the material UI snack bar, which we call to just update the snack bar. The last one, lastly, we have the button to just show call up save. Sorry, save about. It's the one here. Okay, so we are not going to show to display the about content because we have seen how to display the Guild.js, so we don't have to keep the video going long. Since we have seen how to do it in this one, in this episode, if I reload here, we will get the content actually because we have about content in our database store. This is for our original application, which is this one here. This is the original application, so it is actually linked to the same database. Okay. So this is it for about. Is just to show that we can you can actually integrate a page within your dashboard so that we can update the content within the dashboard. But displaying the HTML content, we have seen how to do that. Displaying the Guild.js, we have seen how to do that. So you can watch the previous video if you haven't seen that. You haven't watched that. All right. As that is still loading, we can move to the next one. Let's see. And close this one. This is about. We got error fetch about content failed to fetch about content. So this is basically what you call that let's see, this is has to do with something to do with the user role, the current user role, since the middleware is protected. Okay, we can go to just display poster. So display post, display post and the display project, this is going to be the same component. This is going to be the same template as a message. It's going to be the same. So we get the post, display them, we add also pagination, all of that. So it's just to show you that we can manage, you can manage as admin, you can manage now all posts from here, from the dashboard. You can see them, edit them. Right, so what we can do, you see this is a post. Sorry, this is the messages. So we can actually reuse the same template. You can copy the same template, add it in here. So we just change the API request to get the post or to get the project, and then also handle the actions here. Okay, let's go and do. We can. This is a dashboard inbox. So dashboard inbox. We can just copy the whole thing. Close this and this. and gis. Okay, and go back to component. Component, and we want to want to work on this one first. So if I post this one here, this will get, but what was the name? The name of the template is the name of the template. So we can change the name of template here. Okay, so we don't need this one. Okay, can I correct that? So if I save it, so I can just duplicate this one, copy this one, and then also go to projects. This is the project, then paste this one here. Just give it time. Okay, the name is dashboard project template. So you can do control plus shift plus L to edit all of this one, like this. So if I save this one too, and then go back to application, the front end, so we will get the messages, the message will show here, but we will make some modifications. So if you go to post, now it's showing you messages. So we need to show that to edit this one first. Scroll down just a little bit. The title, and see the title. Okay, you can say manage posts, and then this one is going to be manage project, manage projects. So if we save, now we have manage post, but this is not post. So for the tables too, we can correct the tables. You can say, for example, title, and let's say content, and the created data. But if you want, we can add auth, add author, and here sender, we can just duplicate this guy here. We add also author. So this is going to probably going to have an error, but doesn't matter, we will fix that. Let's can just show a text here. I say user. Okay, if we save that, this is what we'll get here. We'll have title, content, and created data. So we need now to change, to make now sure that you make a request to the database to post admin/post. This is still compiling. If you see here, still compiling, so it's taking time to compile. It doesn't matter, we can just keep moving, keep going. So we want to make a request to API/admin/posts. So what I want to mention is that you have seen that, okay, with the also post, with the messages, you can remove messages and then also pass to admin, so that we can protect the messages to check now who can access message, who can view the message, messages or inbox. So we want to make a request to admin slash API slash admin slash post. Okay. Once we get the post, we have a couple of things we need to do. First of all, this is going to messages is going to be messages is going to be content or post, but we don't want to do it that way. Yeah, so I want to make some modification here. So we want to use a couple of functions. If we go to feed post feed card, post feed card, you see that what we are getting in here. So we get post we get post tag content, whatever. But we also need to get we can also get things, for example, auth. But in here, since here we are displaying all post, we don't need to post, don't need to display, we don't need to display the content. We can just display the title. Remember, content can be messy. Instead of that, you can just display the title. So remove, just have a auth, title, and the created data. So if you have a feature image, you can now add something. For example, here, add feature image, feature image. But we are not covering feature image in this post, in this episode, because we are just using a guild.js. All right. We will only show all the title and then create the data. So here we don't need sorry about that. So we don't need the content, which is a message here. So we only insert, we need the title. So we don't have it, but we need title. Yeah. So this one is going to be post. So change this to post, and this is up here. Change up here to post, and set post. So you can edit all of this. Set post. Do Control plus Shift plus L. Edit. Let's change that to post. Okay, and we can do. We have a client post client. And so if you go to types here, this is the types. We have, I believe, we have poster. So we needed to change this one to use now post. So can remove and use post. So yes, now we are importing the post. Button, we don't really need a button. Okay. So we keep the message. Sorry. We keep the pagination, and here we can change to post, and this is going to be post. So post, this is post, and then also this is post. So for project, we also do the same thing. This is going to be post title and post created at. Okay, what else you have in here? So we pass pagination. We don't need this one. We don't need this guy here. Instead, we will have a link to no poster. We will have a link to open the poster. Post dot length. So in this one, you can change this to post, like this. Oh, sorry, but this is supposed to be project. This is supposed to be project, not post. So what I can do is I can change this, since I have done just a little bit work here, so I can just change it to post, and then copy that, and here I'll just replace this one here. I replace this content in here, post. So this one, instead we can I will change this to use a project, project instead of post. So I mean, all of this one can change this to project, instead of post. Right, so this is what we have here, and we want to make a request to API slash right, so we want to make a request. Did I make the change here? Let's see. Okay, so I can copy this one. I can copy this, and then just replace it in here. Since this is belong to post, yeah, this one is belong to post. So I can remove this instead of project. Instead of project, we want to change that to post, like this. Post templates. Also this one, we don't need this one. Messages, fetch message, fetch projects. Oh, sorry, fetch posts. And then make a request to API slash admin slash post. So here we have post. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so if you save, you probably get an error sent because of this could be because of the API. So if we want, we can handle the API too. But just save that and then go ahead and handle the API. So to handle the API, this one, we need to go to API slash admin. So we have post, but we don't have a route. We need to create a route. So we can create a route.ts. So since it's the same method, so we need to use this one. Just get the post. So we make a get request. So this one in the next episode, so we'll clean up the template. We want to we won't be using this one anymore because of middleware. So we'll just update this one. All right, so we also have the post method. It doesn't matter if you are using it here or not, but we have a post method. So that means admin can also create the posts. So if you watch our previous video, you already know that I've already explained this, how we handle this one. Okay, so we just make a get a request, get a request, or get method. We get the post, and then we return them. So if I save this one, we don't have much in here. This is we have already seen this in our previous video, so we don't need to pass the time in here. We just need to correct this one, post grid, like this. So we can have count post. We have post grid, which is here. This is the post grid. So we have a function which you use to count the post. Looks like we don't have it here, but we can we're using this one. Here is to get the total post. So we can also go ahead and then add the count post. Okay, so for count post, you can have this here. Just get get post counter. Just take the post and then count the document. Execute. This, which one is this one? Sorry, this is the this is our wrong one. It's supposed to use post postgrid. This one. This is postgrid. Count the post. Let's see. Count the post. So we can use this one here. Okay. So if we go back to this one, close this one and this. So here we now call a count post. Remove this one. Can also close some of the things here we're not using. All right, so just now we call the count post to just count the how many posts we have. So this one we will fix that error because in the next episode we will remove the this one. Remove this one, but the auth to check the section, the session, or all of that. Okay, so if I save that, go back, also save this one. Go back to application. This is our application. Try to reload now. This may take time. May take some time to compile the templates. All right, we can just wait for it to compile, and then I'll see you once the compilation is completed. Okay, so once we reload successfully, see that if you go to let's see, if you go to post, need to fix first of all need to fix that project post, not project. I need to go to just here manage post. But you still get error 403. So this means that the current user is not allowed to view the product they post as admin. So I know why that happened because once we update the user, so this didn't update actually the user, the current user. So we also need to fix a few things. For example, the messages. We can also move the messages to the same folder so that only authorized user can see the messages. All right. First of all, let's complete first of all the project, and then we can now correct some of the errors we might have. All right. Let's go and do that. All right. So for project, we are just going to use the same thing, but at least got some comment here to help us see everything completely. So I didn't wanted to make a request to admin, admin /project. So I just wanted to show you we can make a request directly to project. So this is our project template. This is the project page. If you go to application, this is actually the template. But if you go to application to the page, you'll see that we also have that one. We also loaded the project. So we are making the so we are doing the same thing here. So just depend on if you want to make a request to admin to only get some project belong to admin, or I don't know, with a certain some data associated with the project for only admin view. So it just depend, but it's just an example to show you how you can view the data from admin. Right, so fetch the project, the same thing as post. fetch the project, update the page, and our table is still there. So just going to show auth user. So for auth we are not even showing any much things. We only show the name. We can also choose to show avatar, but we are not showing that one. And then we also pagination here, and the rest is just the same as usual. So if I save that, I save this, we have our project here. I can now reload that. You see that we have a project here. So we also have a couple of things we need to do. Couple of things we need to do. We also need to clean up our templates. For example, the messages. We can remove message, send the message to admin privilege. Only admin can access messages. So this depends on which one you want to use, so it depends so much you can do. So for our channel membership, so you can request for much upgrade, much more advanced features. So we can create a video for advanced features, dedicated video for advanced features, and also the source code, the source code or the full project is available to our channel members only. Also, the startup project you can actually get it from my GitHub repository. Right. So we've got couple of things here we can do to fix. So we have seen how we can make some privilege, restrict admin privilege or editors or all of that. So integrating middleware, all of that. So we can go ahead and check for some errors, fix some error, improve the code, all of that, and then also push to our GitHub repository. All right, guys. So thank you for watching. My name is Shaban Nswamba. So in the next episode, we are going to work on cleaning the errors, checking errors, preparing our application now to deploy to a live server. So before deploying to a live server, so we have quite much to clean up. So we have to clean up all of this. And also, if you haven't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button and also enable the notification. Don't forget to like the video too. All right.